Testing. Okay. Microphone. Microphone. Not everybody can be first, okay? There can be only one. There can be only one. So I just want to run this thinger on tests to make sure this assertion that I don't think will go off will not go off. And then I can, whoops, I can remove just this excess condition as soon as that's true. And this will be just a good thing to wait for while people show up on the stream. And then we'll check this in, and then we'll start doing some serious things. We'll do things like what Serious Sam would do. Let's get serious. We're not getting serious yet. We're getting serious in a minute. Okay, so it sure looks like this assertion is fine. So this can go away. We're just going to put this up here. This is fine. And yeah, this can be simplified later, but we'll attack it later. This is no big deal. Although actually, like we could fold this into here. Like it's either a string literal. Yeah, so we'll do that. And then this is procedure. It's not even used. Okay. So we'll say here, if it's a string literal, then we do this. Okay, that's an outmoded. All right, else. Wait, what? That was very confusing. Hold on. Whoa. This is one of these annoying things when you it's just a little too much code for what. This else is in the wrong place. That's supposed to be there, right? Because this is the pointer literal thing, and this one is that one, I think. Okay. So we'll build this. Assuming this works, we'll check it in, and then we can get started on the seriousness. I want to do a release test mostly. How's it going, everybody? Notebook with 125% scaling. I don't like tiny text. You have to be a beta male to get into the beta. I like the beta to be a promotion for people, so gamma males can get into the beta, right? Beta males can get into the alpha. So I had the good microphone plugged in here at the start of the stream as a test. It has not unplugged itself from the USB yet. We're still using the laptop mic, but we'll give this another 5 minutes. If it stays working, then I'll try switching to it. I don't know. Shouldn't I use Clang format? You're banned. You're banned. Okay. Clang format. My ass. All right, so that appeared to work. Let's just verify that it runs. Okay, so we'll make a release build and run the tests and check it in. So what I've been doing today, off stream, I did some stuff where I was working on the read-only data segment, which right now mostly has string literals. And I noticed because some of this code is very old and because some decisions were made at different times and I was confused about what was going on, that there was a bunch of wasted space in there. And so, in fact, I was actually putting a lot of string literals twice into the string segment. So I started printing out the sizes, and now it's smaller. It used to be like 600 something, right? So now this number is, if you just put out the bytes of all the strings, how big it is. I'm surprised at how big this is, but I wrote a simple deduplicator and it didn't really find anything. So I'm not sure why we have 200K of strings. I also looked at the top strings by length, which I think that code might be in there still, but commented out. And there were no strings over 100 bytes, which was really weird. But there's more than 5,000 strings. There's almost 6,000. And so if a lot of them are short, I don't know. I guess if there's 6,000 strings and the average is like 10 characters, that would be 60. I don't know. I don't know why this is so big. This probably includes file names and stuff. We're going to get into that. But one thing that's happening is, the string format in this language is there's a 64-bit length and a 64-bit data pointer, and the data pointer points somewhere in memory, right? And that's when you write a procedure that takes a string as an argument, that's what gets passed in, right? And so that's what we put in the string literal segment as well. And that's 16 bytes, or an average of 20 bytes if you align to 8-byte boundaries from the end of the previous string. And so this thing here is actually a little bit of an underestimate. So it's 200K of raw string data, but when we put those length and data pointers, it's 400K, right? So like half our string data is those. And what I realized is that's too big of a cost to pay. So we probably shouldn't store those things in the read-only data segment, right? So what I'm going to do, hopefully, is rejigger the code so that that doesn't happen, right? And so this size of literal segment should drop by around 200K if I manage to do that, which will be great. And then I've got a whole to-do list of other things, but that's sort of going to be the first task. And I don't think, like one reason why I said, hey, we'll put the literals, we'll put the whole string in there was because I thought, maybe there would be pointers to string literals, but that's actually not semantically a thing in the language. Um, I thought maybe it would be faster. It probably is slightly faster just to give you the pointer to the thing. But that actually means it means you have a little bit less flexibility, but also though you're paying dearly, like it's faster in terms of number of instructions, but if your string data is bloated by a factor of 2, that's going to have consequences in terms of cache locality, right? If you're looking at strings. So I feel like it actually will be faster on modern machines not to do that. But so the microphone for some reason is not unplugging itself. So we're going to try using it.
Okay, testing, testing. Is that a nicer microphone? Good. Hopefully everybody loves this microphone. Doesn't type info generate a lot of strings? It does. Those strings are actually stored separately, I think, although something confusing could have happened. So one thing I might do is move those strings to somewhere else, but I kind of want them to stay where they are because having all the type info data in its own segment is kind of good because it's compartmentalized. You could strip it out if you want, although you would probably break programs, so maybe that's not that good of an idea. But you could also, in theory, I don't know, maybe, there might not be that much of an advantage, but for now it seems good to keep it compartmentalized like that, which means that those strings can't really be deduplicated with other strings. But that might be bad. Like what I might end up doing is just seeing how much of a penalty we take for that, right? There's a low static sound that's probably the frickin' laptop fan. All right. Sorry, I'm not going to do anything about that. Actually, I guess we could try a noise gate. Let's see. Why is like noise gate advanced? That doesn't sound very advanced. Wait, where is it? Is it here? Oh fuck. Worst UI in the world. I don't know how to find the noise gate, guys. Filter? That's not a filter. No, we're not gonna put a noise gate filter on the thing. All right. Well, we're not gonna do that. All right. So, this is all good. So we're just gonna run the tests, and they're gonna work, and we're gonna check this in, and that has my good changes from this afternoon, plus a little code simplification we just did, and then it'll be time to try to attack the string literal segment and make it smaller. And then if that goes very successfully, we can do things like put array literals into that segment because they're in the general data segment. which is maybe not good. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention is not only does having these string headers in the string literal segment make it twice as big, it also means that we have an extra pointer patch for every string that we wouldn't have otherwise, right? So that's like 6,000 frickin' pointer patches, which is at least, 100K inside the file. So it's a very good reason to get rid of that as well. All right. Don't redundantly store string literals in our data. What is going? Why are windows just going everywhere? This one, look, I'm clicking on it. It won't come up until I click OK. Okay. So what happens is, interestingly, so we have this bytecode called assigned to string literal, which is where this gets generated. And it's literally only in one place in the program, which is great. Well, it only gets generated in one place. There's a few places that handle it, like this one, and well, that's just prints it out. And oh God, my mouse just jumps around on this surface. I might have to. I don't have anything to put on the surface. Okay, it's like a slightly shiny thing, surface. All right, so the backends have something, and they actually already handle this mode where, depending on, actually it's not that clear here because the value, the BC options gets passed into another function, but like here we could see if the options get set, then we actually just want the data pointer, and we know that the C style zero terminated string pointer, right, which is 16 bytes past the beginning, right? And so we already handle this. All we want to do is just change the use case so that we never don't want this, right? And then we just always return the base. Okay, so, but what that means is here, instead of doing a pointer, we need to do an allocation to make a string literal. And I don't remember how to do that. We do this. I don't know why they're, wait, what? Oh. Okay. See, even this gets called in both modes. If it gets called with data pointer dereference equals true, we just want to the end. Achoo! And sorry, I went the wrong way because I was going away from that and I went straight toward the actual microphone that's alive. It's a problem with having coronavirus. I sneeze into the microphone and then everybody gets it. Sorry. Good thing I don't have as many viewers as Shroud or Huskers or whoever else. Okay. So really kind of what I want to do is do what's in these 5 lines, but let me just see if there's... Yeah, okay. So we tend to just do this. So, okay, if data pointer dereference else, and I'm just going to actually split this into two different things right now. And then I'm always going to set BC to arrow options to 1. And then we don't even have to change the rest of it yet. So as long as we set BC options to 1, then this bytecode is always going to just get the data pointer for us. So then we can make this allocation work. So what we'll be doing is allocating our own local 16-byte string header and filling it out, right? But then getting the data pointer from the back end, which will still have the redundant string headers, right? And so we make that work. And then we won't have any improvement to our data segment size, yes, our read-only data segment size. But then once this is working and we don't need the headers anymore, then we can remove them, right? So it's taking this incremental pathway toward the solution that works all the way. I'm going to put on my little hand brace because this gives me the Iron Man Thanos glove powers of programming. Okay. It's not, they embellished it a little bit for the movie, but this is what it looks like. Okay, so I mean, yeah, I'm just going to try splitting these off into separate things. So we do this. And then we say, well, assign to string literal. We set the pointer. We set options to 1. This might end up being a bit of a copy pasta. So if so, then we'll refactor it together. So we do that. And we're going to no check in this because we eventually want options not to mean anything here. All right. And then no matter what, so this ensure string literal is added, just puts it into an array that we iterate later when we're going to pack the data segment, right? So this literal has a flag on it that says, did I already get put into the global data? If it hasn't, then the flag gets set and so forth. All right. Wow, my nose is sniffly all of a sudden. Okay. So if it's the data pointer, we just do this. Actually, yeah, I don't know. All right. So this says, hey, reserve some space on the stack. This says give us a register, and then this actually generates the instruction to assign us to that piece of stack. All right. And then we have to say, do I have an emit string in it, actually. Interesting. This is kind of redundant. We're going to want to review this because now this is just like copying the literal into another place, which would have made sense before if you wanted a writable copy of it. But here, I'm not so sure. Who calls this? I'm getting an initializer. That's it. I kind of don't feel like we need that to be that way. Okay. Anyway, so we make this stack space. The problem now is this stack space is uninitialized. And so we want to get the data pointer, and then we also want the count. Okay, so S64 count equals literal values dot string dot count. This is known at compile time, so this doesn't need to come out of memory anywhere, right? And so we say assign to big constant. Okay. And then we say the data pointer, right? And to get the data pointer, we say assign to string literal. All right. Oh, this is count register. This is data register. So we need to make those. Count register is allocate output register type def S64. Data register is type def general. We just call this general bytecode pointer. I should just make it pointer because whatever, but we don't care what it's a pointer to. Pointers are all the same size and all that. Okay, so we set that, and then we say assign to string literal, and then we set the options to 1, right? And then we want to say, actually we can do this, store a through register plus offset. So I forget what these are called. We'll look these up in a minute. I think they're something like this. And we need the base, which is going to be result, right? And this is count register, right? And then we do the same thing for data register. This is just our own like pretend assembly language, right? Result and string data pointer offset. And then I'm also going to say done with count. Done with right now is a macro that doesn't do anything, but it might do something later. We'll see. I'm just starting to add these. Okay, so then we assign to a string literal wait, no, this is all right, that's the data pointer. Hold on, I got a little eager. Let's actually do this, right? In fact, we can compartmentalize these. For hygiene. Hi, Gene, how's it going? All right. So these names might be wrong, but it's okay. And then I'm going to do this finish plug register. Um, and then, wow, the microphone's still going strong. And then return results. Except that's also what we said there. Return result. Okay. So we might factor this together a little bit because there's a little bit of commonality, but it's maybe not worth it. Because this is simple enough and you can read it, and especially this is going to go away. Come on. All right. How badly did I screw that up? Well, we don't have bytecode. We don't have cite. That's just going to be literal. String data pointer offset. What is it? String data offset. Okay. I think it used to be called data pointer offset, and I thought that was a little too long and redundant. Reutern. Don't reutern. All right. See what happens. Shouldn't be any difference in the literal segment size. We did successfully compile. We are running a 3D game. No, we are not running a 3D game. Damn it. Damn it, bro. Almost. Well, what I should have done is done the data pointer offset first and then just elsed it, right? And use the old code for the other one. If we have trouble with this, we can do that. That would be very easy. All right, let's just see if looking at where it crashes will help. Is the new beta already out? We shipped a beta a couple days ago or something. Or yesterday? 2 days ago, I think. Is this using... I wonder if... Like, what are we trying to free here? Line 205, uh-oh. That's OXCD. That's not what you want to see necessarily. Although maybe it is really line 205. Just 205 is one of those numbers that's bad news bears. What the hell is this? I don't know what data structure this is. So this, all right. This is one where, okay. We have this guarantee that we're supposed to provide the user code that if it's an empty string, it'll always have a null data pointer. Because if you don't do that, it's just easy to, you just end up having to think too much about allocations, right? And so what happened is I violated that principle, I think. Although it's a little weird, but we're gonna have to investigate this a little bit further. But in this, where was this other thing? Emit string init, you'll notice that if this count is 0, we just do this. And so for now, I'm just gonna copy this over here. I'm gonna say if count is equal to 0, we're gonna move count out here. Actually, no, sorry. Okay. Otherwise, all right. Okay. See if that fixes the problem. Hey, look, the game runs, everybody. I just remembered one other thing we can get rid of later, but the game runs, everybody. How wonderful is that? Any questions about what's going on so far? Let me catch up with chat. I actually want to make some hot tea. I'm in a weird hotel and they have like a K-cup machine, but I think I can get hot water out of it. Do you have any resources I can recommend on code readability? Not really. Return was misspelled. Yes, it was. Does anyone know how metaprograms are debugged? Yeah, right now printf. Later they'll probably be compiled into native code instead of interpreted, but right now it's definitely printf. All right, any questions? The next step will be to get rid of the string headers that we are hopefully no longer using. But I just want to make sure, because we're doing a relatively structured and relatively productive thing tonight, I want to make sure that if there are questions, we get to them. Okay, we'll see if it makes the water hot. I don't know what's going to happen. Why was I storing strings redundantly in the first place? I explained that. You can go watch the VOD. Why am I traveling? Because San Francisco is a jail right now. And in general, California is not a good place to be right now. Please don't delete the VODs. Well, I delete them sometimes. I keep them sometimes. It's all good. Do I accept much feedback from the private beta testers? Yeah, I mean, mainly it's bug fixes. Sometimes we talk about how features should go, but usually I have enough on my roadmap that I know I definitely should do, that it's more about just making sure things aren't broken for the beta testers. NYC sucks, don't come there. Yeah, I tried living in New York for a year and I didn't like it. Any more on-topic questions? Put the tea bag in. We'll see what happens. Do I like Chattanooga or at least Tennessee enough to consider living there? I don't know. Chattanooga is cool for now. I don't know if I would want to live here for sure. I do like it a lot more than San Francisco, though. Do I find it hard, annoying to use other languages after developing my own? I don't use any other languages. I use this and C++, but mostly this. Am I worried about the beta getting leaked once it gets larger? Not super much, because it's a different link for every download, and I send it to an email. Like, we might change the way it's distributed later, but for now it's, a different link for every download. And if one leaks, that's an old version pretty quickly. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so now recall that every time we generate this, we're setting this options equals 1, which means skip the header thing. So now in all the backends, like here, we can assert BC options is 1, just as a way of making sure that, like, for some reason I didn't miss something, right? And we'll no check in these, right? So we'll do that. BC is just the bytecode instruction point. It's just a little struct. And I'm going to assert that, right? Because obviously if this is 1 everywhere, then we can remove the check, except that actually, well, actually, all right. Okay. And then LVM, right? Okay. So we're just going to make sure that that's true for all the tests. We're going to run the tests in debug, and we're going to compile the game. Sounds like the T might be done. All right, this didn't assert, and this isn't asserting. It's not a very good tea so far, but maybe if we steep it a whole lot and then put a lot of sugar in. Just whenever you make tea out of a coffee maker into a paper cup, It's just not good. Like some kinds of paper cups, I only taste the paper cup. It's very weird. All right, this looks successful. Do I have carpal tunnel syndrome? No, I do get slightly irritated uh, tendons once in a while, but I don't think it's carpal tunnel. Um, my main tip for dealing with it is make sure your hands are relaxed when you're typing. And make sure they're not bent at weird angles. So for me right now, because I'm traveling, uh, sometimes when I'm at weird coffee shops, when things aren't at the right height and whatever, I can start generating a little irritation, and then I just put on a brace for a bit and it goes away. You just don't ever want that to get bad, right? If it gets bad, you're in trouble. 4,000 LPS? Okay. What's L stand for? Libraries? All right. So this looks like it's passing. So let's just assume that it is actually this base or data pointer. Okay, so we're just going to call this get string literal data pointer. And for now, we're still going to add the offset. We're starting to remove all these things. There we go. Oh, I should at least, okay, this was x64 and this is all LLVM. So we're kind of testing everything a little bit. I'll leave that there. So there we go, and there we go. No longer using BC options. All right, x64. We do this. We're going to take that out in a minute, but we're doing it for now. Okay, and then bytecode runner. Assign to string literal. We're going to take this out and oh, right. This one we never this one kind of cheats. It doesn't even use the data segment for various reasons. So we just because the literals segment of the executable doesn't store that, it gets generated on demand if needed by bytecode builder. Okay, great. So this one is just done. We don't need to touch this, but we will need to touch the other backends because they're actually adding offsets to skip over the header now that we are no longer using. So that all that passed. That's great. And so the next step is to not put that there, but whoops. But we need to check some other things first before we can do that. Oh yeah. I kind of feel like this could be simplified, but whatever. Paper cup, old tea bag tea. Yummy. Yeah, goal is over 1 million lines per second. We're in the neighborhood of 100,000 lines a second right now. Probably a little less on the laptop. Although, we're getting faster again because all this data segment stuff that we're doing is work that the compiler was doing that gets counted in those timers, right? So this time, don't pay attention to this time because this is all debug compiler. So it's got tons of stuff in it that you wouldn't be running if you're actually using the compiler yourself. We're just running debug because we're paranoid and want to know if an assertion goes off. We maybe should have taken timings at the beginning and can compare against them at the end. The only problem is this laptop, it just throttles up and down all the time, so timings are very inconsistent on it. Okay, so before we can try to remove these headers, I want to see if anyone else is using them. So there's this thing, string literal offset into our data segment. This thing is how people know where it is. And right now this gets set to the head of this string, right? And so maybe we want to change that over. You know what we could do though first? We could check in. Actually, so these BC options should no longer be necessary. And this one we're going to want to look at. Anyway, so let me just build with that and make sure the game doesn't assert. And if it doesn't, we're going to go ahead and check in. Because what we do next could be scary. Progress toward removing string headers from our data. All right, great. Good, good, good. Now, string literal offset into our data segment. So all of these are setting it. So these ones in global data, this is like assigning it. That's assigning it in another case. This is like making a pointer patch for well, this is for the string headers. So this will go away in a minute, right? This is where we're writing the string headers into the file. We add 8 bytes for the count. This is where the pointer goes. We put a 0 there, and then we set up this pointer patch for the linker that says, hey, put the pointer there, right? So that's fine. That's going to go away. This thing is one of these places that uses this, etc. You know what we could do? There aren't that many instances of this, so I'm going to use the age-old technique that I've used many times on this stream. One of the most powerful techniques that static languages give you, very powerful, that dynamic languages or non-statically type-check languages do not give you. It's very simple. What you do is you say, oh, I'm changing this variable. I'm changing like what it means. It used to point to the base pointer. Now it points somewhere else, right? You just change the name of it. And your program will not compile until you change the name of it everywhere else, right? And I'm going to say string literal data pointer I'm going to call it something even more elaborate, right? So my program is just going to break as soon as I try to compile. And you might think that's bad, but it's actually good because this is a machine-assisted to-do list now. We cannot forget to audit anybody who uses that, all right? If you try doing that in JavaScript, you're going to have a bad time. All right. So, well, we know global data had a bunch of this, so this empty string literal offset into our data segment, I think we get to take that out as well later. I have that written on my to-do list to audit that. We're going to leave that there for now because it's maybe a little bit different. Except, of course, for this. We might have to do something about that. Okay, so I think we're going to have the same problem where we don't write 0 sometimes. Maybe in some rare cases. Okay, so this whole thing is this loop that, okay, actually, we want to do the loop. For this, I'm going to leave that. That's fine, but we're going to want to change this in a little bit. We'll come back to it because we're going to audit for this string later. All right, now there's going to be no padding. Okay, let me paste. There's this new variable name that's very long. We want to set that so this is this, all right? But now we're not going to put these. We're not going to do the patch. We're not going to do any of this stuff. We're just going to do this. That's it. All the rest of that code goes away. And all these patches goes away, which is like 6,000 in the Sokoban game. Okay, next. Well, let's see who. Actually, we can just keep searching in this file. Okay, so here we're adding 16. We don't want to add 16 anymore. This is things in the writable data segment could point at string literals, right? But they already only want the data pointer, which is why we're adding 16. And so now that we're changing the meaning of this thing, do I have that in the buffer anymore? Nope. Now that we're changing the meaning of this variable, seriously, guys, this is one of the most powerful programming techniques. All right, we just do that. And we're going to offset is greater than or equal to 0. Bam. This just makes sure that we've actually hit this one and initialized it. Now, the loop that hits it is now actually right here, so there's not really a chance that we will forget that, but yeah. Okay. So, this is all just debugging stuff that's printing. Like when I print out how big they are, that's just what this is. So this is going to get deleted later. Okay, that was it in this file. The backend files probably have some. As a bonus, I want to start hitting some of these warnings today because there's a lot now. But we want to get the meat done first. All right. Okay, string literal offset into our data segment instead becomes our new thing. Bro. I need to know Emacs well enough to like bind a string to a key. That's just all I want because it's in the cut buffer right now and it's very easy to overwrite the cut buffer, and I never figured out how to pop the cut buffer in Emacs, even though I know that's a thing. It's just impossible to search for. All right, so we're going to do this. So we just get that, we pointer load, etc. All right, LVM Actually, does anyone else hear it? Nope. LVM. Oh, it's got it like 3 times. Okay. That's one. That's another one. Okay, that code doesn't even exercise right now. And this is, we're going to have to replace the variable name in a second, which I haven't done yet, but this already, we can put this assertion here, and then we don't have to put it here. All right. So this is called this. Well, this isn't really running, but that's fine. And then this one goes away. So it's really just one, as we expected. All right, now, there's probably at least one more of these. I don't know. Yeah, there's one. In obj writer. Okay. So here again, that thing. I toasted the cut buffer again. All right. Bam. So these no check-ins is just, it's so I can refer to what was there. You know. All right. I don't see any more of those. This is probably one of the things making debug be. Oh, that's only for pointers. Okay. All right, there's at least one more. In global data. We didn't get them all in global data. And then debug writer. Oh. Right. Those were, I didn't change the name right there. So we needed to change that. The empty string part, and then this thing, which basically ensures us that strings are not in this array more than once, because if they are, we will hit that the second time. All right. 972. We just made a little alias for that. Debug writer has one, and that's it. I hope this one's not bad. Oh no, this is a thing that I just added that isn't even done yet. So, all right. Oops. Okay. Bam. This is actually what we wanted it to be anyway. Okay, well. Glad to see there's super wonderful conversation happening. Noob Q about reusability. When your simple linear allocator runs out of memory, You want to call the outside world to extend it. How can that be done in a generic way? It needs to pass the context as an argument, so I guess you need to pass an opaque pointer in the allocator struct. I mean, the way I do it is I say, look, it's not supposed to fail, or it's not supposed to run out of memory, right? If it does, then you, the user of the thing, set the allocator that it will fall back to, right? So it's your responsibility to set that up, and then it's not a surprise and you know what it is, right? Um, whether that makes sense for your approach or not, or your situation or not, I don't know. Oh my God. All right. Well, let's see what happens. So our literal segment used to be 461, 458. It should be a lot smaller. This is still going to be high, but that's because this doesn't actually look at the size. This just adds some amount based on the number of strings. But this should be smaller. Or we crash, right? Ha ha, look at that. Look. Size of literal segment, 224617. And a lot of compile time code ran right there. Ta-da! All right. We'll do LLVM build. And then we'll do tests on both. And then we delete the no check-ins, and then we have a check-in party. So much win. Yeah, that's why we did it. That's why we did it. But that's one of those decisions where, you know, in the early days of the compiler, I didn't know what the right answer was. And because you could sort of make arguments for both. But having a large real program really helps you focus. You can look at the data. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. We screwed up. LLVM version doesn't work. Let's try tests in x64. What? Debugging information corrupt. Oh no, guys. This is serious shit. Now neither backend works. Debugging information corrupt recompile module. Well, fiddlesticks. Let me go back over here and look at this. We actually, I don't think this is the problem, but actually, I don't think that's going to matter. Let's see. Yeah. Woof. I actually don't know. Because that might have been broken from earlier today, which scares me, because I don't think I ran this -x64. I ran everything with LLVM, and then I ran the executable. Okay. I assume this doesn't work as well. No, it does. But then that crashes. Okay. So our LLVM backend didn't do the right thing, everybody. Didn't seem hard. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Lol. I did the wrong thing. Because this code, I said, oh, delete the code that's doing the string header. But because LLVM didn't know the string layouts, it's actually trying to dereference the string pointer. I remember this because I just wrote it like last week. So this has to change. We want the old version, basically. So what we used to do, wait. Wait, what? Oh, because we checked it in already after hosing it. All right. We just have to write this from first principles. So we just want, so this offset, we don't want to load. All right, so get string literal data point. It's like not really worth making a thing here. I think instead of the create load, I don't know what this false is. Dude, I don't remember. We're just going to try this. It's probably not right because LLVM is just a confusing maze of twisty castages all alike. All right. Hey, that works. All right. So we fixed the LLVM backend. We will also try a game with LLVM backend again. And assuming that all that works, I'm kind of okay checking in, but simply because I think I already broke x64. But like if, so nobody on the team uses x64 for production, right? So I can check in, I can roll back to a previous version to see if it was broken. And that'll give us information about that. Okay. But this is great. I think we have basically succeeded in the thing that we set out to do here. It's just, I may have broken something before the stream, I think, is my current thesis. All right. Great. Great. Any questions about what I did there while we're waiting for this? Like, is this... Like, that does not complain about debugging information. Look how much smaller it is. Oh. Oh. Actually, the with struct's there. We can remove that. In fact, you know, all this can go. We're just going to report the size. And this whole loop is kind of pointless. We can move that now. Anyway, that was x64 build, and we're going to run that. Okay. So we're just going to wait for this to go. Well, if nobody actually knows what's going on... Oh, there's a question. Do these literals represent data segment size? If yes, how did you drop it to half? What happened? Watch the beginning of the VOD. I explain it all. I explain it all. How many times slower is debug? A lot. It's a lot slower. Some of it for stupid reasons. Like I've seen some dumb stuff in debug code, so. All right. Now, what if I do this? Does that fail for all of them or no? Yeah. So there is something broken in x64. That has to be my next task to fix that. But first, let's get rid of no check-ins and check this in, which again, I wouldn't do if people, like if people needed x64 for production, or I thought that I wouldn't fix this pretty quickly, I would just have a second image on this laptop of the checkout, and I would get that one. But here, it's easier if I just have one, and I can like roll it back and see what's going on, and I don't accidentally run the wrong thing and all this. All right. Remove string headers from the read-only data segment. Size goes way down. I actually should put that in the change log, which I didn't do there. So change log, removed string headers from the read-only data segment, cutting the size in half once again. Our data is now 25% of its original size. Oops. Oops. Whoopsie. All right. Doesn't SVN have a stash system to save your working code without checking in? I don't know. Maybe. I have a risk approach to tool use. All right. So I believe that the continuous integration server will refuse to check things in. Well, maybe not. It says build passing. Let me just, I'm going to start updating to these older versions, and we'll see if I may have just broke it, in which case it'll say build failed, right? Let's just see 13058. It's actually maybe best if I just broke it, because then I know where to look, right? It's like, oh, the stuff we just did. Something in the x64 backend only. All right, let's see. Let's see. This is LLVM. This always worked. Yep. Yep, we don't need to run them all. I'm just verifying that that worked, because that's the thing that was failing with 64. Yeah, it's already broken in this build. Add done screwed up. Okay. 13056. If this were a long enough history, I would binary search, but it can't be. It's probably not broken before yesterday. Okay. I'm having flashbacks to a time that this happened, and it actually turned out that it was like an incremental PDB file problem. I don't think that's what's going on, but I don't know. Doesn't seem that way. Let's just keep going back a few. Let's go to, well, here's debug info improvements. So let's go to here, 13050. I bet that's fine. I hope so, because that's the build that I shipped to people for beta. But yeah, apparently we don't test this particular thing because all these builds are passing, or it's something screwed up on my local machine. Okay, that worked. So maybe, all right, so maybe it's this thing. Probably 13053. And there I'm not necessarily that surprised. All right. Now it's fine. Okay. All right, so it's 13056, really? Really? There probably was some, yeah, I mean, this actually should have been 2 check-ins because there was some debug stuff there. That's actually unfortunate. So I broke this today when I was in the coffee shop around the corner at 4 p.m. my time. Just a few hours ago, really. All right, this is going to be broken, right? Yep, okay. So we can diff off of this. The problem is the diff is going to be bigger. Oh, God, I hate that. The diff is going to be bigger than we would like. Okay. But it's in one of these 3 files, probably, the problem. Let's just see. It's probably in this one. Oh, that's the L data, G data. So what I could do is try not packing the newfangled stuff. That doesn't work anyway, and we'll see if that helps. All right, let's just come to the current. All right. So what I'm going to do is go into here, and we're just not going to do any of these. Check this, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, this is wrong. 2. Oh wait, record length isn't counted. 2, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 10. I mean, I know that's fine because it works for integers, so. Debugging information corrupt. You're corrupt. See this, I was trying to write out some code view stuff and it wasn't working that great. What if I do this? You're corrupt, says Putney Swope. All right, so that's fine. Whoops, no, I don't want that. Yeah, this is working. So it's something about trying to write these values. Like, so I could just put a continue here, and I'm just verifying my belief that we don't write any data up till this point, so we can continue and we won't be corrupting anything. Why is my screen locking so often? iOS. Five minutes is the longest that it gives me before never. Mr. Tim Apple has no consideration for the fact that I might want to view my Twitch chat without having to refresh it every 5 minutes and without putting it on never, because then I'll forget and put it in my pocket and destroy the battery. Okay. So this is fine. So what if I continue here? I think this should also be fine. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to do this because I think I might have screwed up one of these somehow, or like there's something weird where maybe the format doesn't like I don't know. Okay. Oh. So here again, I should be continuing for all sizes of integer. All right. But down here, you know, we get here and then, oh guys, I screwed it up. Wait, no, I didn't. This should be fine. I'm going to put a continue here just to make it explicit, but it should be fine. Like this code is never used because I don't know, it doesn't work right now. So I don't know what the deal is. All right. Okay, Tim Apple says this works. That's great. So let's try 4 and 8. Still not corrupted. Still not corrupted. What? Did my continue fix something? Wait, what? Hold on. Let's clear this up a little bit. We're actually going to maybe come back to this code in a little bit tonight. I'm confused about why this works now all of a sudden. What if I do this? I hadn't thought that would. What the hell? What did we change? I mean, maybe it's an uninitialized variable thing, but we're running debug build the whole time. Oh, you know, I don't know. Should have been fine. Should have been fine. Let's try running it. Oh. Okay, I tweaked something that like magically fixed it. I'm not going to sweat too much over what it is because we're still going to edit this code very heavily. I'm just happy that it's magically fixed. I might have like in one of these cycles, like after I disabled some of this other stuff that doesn't work, I might have not correctly saved the file or not correctly rebuilt the compiler, right? Because I forget that sometimes. That is my likely thesis about what was the problem, is it was one of these. But now I know when I go back to working on these, that is my canary that maybe these weren't right anyway, which might explain partially why they weren't working. Actually, let's commit this, and then we'll try real fast undoing those and see what happens. stuff that didn't work yet anyway. Okay, great. Bro, God, dude, I took care of that. Look, it's all right. All right. Okay, so let's just verify that if I go here and do this, that it probably happens again. Yes. So when I was doing these, I just didn't correctly rebuild. I probably didn't go here and rebuild. Someone can watch the VOD if they want to figure it out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, great. So when I'm back working on that, I can use this as a test to whether I have the format right, which is hard to know because, man, it is very annoyingly undocumented. It's almost like it was written by the author of Harfbuzz, but not quite. Left a less than in my changelog. There's a script that could make changelogs if you're careful about your, but I don't want to be careful about my commit log. These are two different things. Okay, this is something that like open source people don't understand. All right, this file is a communication directly to the users of the beta. I am communicating as a human being about what's in the beta. Very different from like change logs. You don't want to ship verbatim source control change logs to end users of a system. That's like lazy bullshit. You tell them as a human being what is happening. Same with like auto documentation. People should be fired from the ability to program if they think auto documentation is good. All right. Okay, so this is very good. I'm going to take a moment and blow off a little steam and chat. And then we'll dive back in. And the next thing we're going to do is, I think, remove some more redundant data and code, which I don't think it's a huge amount from the type table, but or from the strings table, but it'll be some. And it'll be removal of some extra code, which will be good. Not a ton of extra code, but like every bit counts. Any questions about what we're doing, or we'll expand it to general programming questions, but serious questions only. Serious questions only. I need more snacks. I still have some Doritos. I'm not sure I want to drink more caffeine, but the only tea they gave me that wasn't caffeine was fall asleep tea, and that could be a bad idea. What is the end goal of the x64 backend? To be a good backend. What do you mean? On the topic of autodocs, are you talking about docs that are generated simply by parsing the different structures and functions and simply outputting your names and arguments? Or am I talking more about something like Rust documentation where it's written as source comments that are parsed in a program which is run, which generates a whole series of doc pages? Okay, so that first thing I would not call documentation. Like if it's a thing that just looks at the data structures and outputs you a summary of the data structures, that isn't documentation. That's like a view of the code. All right. Documentation is written by a human being or sufficiently intelligent AI to explain to you the meaning of the code and why things are the way they are and how you should accomplish what you're trying to do. You don't get a good version of that when it's the second thing you're saying, like written in source comments that are parsed in a program which is run that generates a whole series of doc pages. That's bullshit. Like all this autodoc stuff, it's crap. You should never use it because you don't get good documentation out of it. It's obvious that that's the case. Try looking at the LLVM documentation sometime and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like this stuff has been terrible the entire time I've been alive. I don't know why anybody thinks it's documentation. So is the x64 backend intended only for debugging? Currently, it's for fast turnaround. Eventually, it will be the primary backend. But the time at which that happens is relatively far in the future. What year did I start programming? 1980. Or maybe 1981, but I think 1980. Does linear allocate just increment, decrement the stack pointer? Not the stack pointer, no. What that does is it creates a pre-allocation that is known at compile time that causes the known stack size of the function to be increased, right? So then when we enter the function in the code, we bump the stack pointer by more, but we don't bump it for every time for every allocation, right? That would be silly. You're generating all these instructions, right? Instead, you bump it once, and all your instructions sort of know the offset of what they're trying to reference. How am I feeling regarding the productivity due to joy of programming I spoke of in my initial video? I have so much more fun programming in this language than in C++. It's crazy. It's so much more fun. Someone's linking the Rust docs and asking if I think that they are good. I'll try to retype the URL. No, this isn't good documentation. No. It's not long enough to be good documentation. And it assumes you know what everything means. No. I mean, this is better than LLVM, so I'll give it points for that. Way better than LLVM, but it's still not good documentation. Good documentation would be like, okay, you start by saying this kind of thing, and then you say a great deal about like, here's when you would use this, here's when you wouldn't use this, right? Here are the performance impacts of using this versus something else, etc., right? Good documentation is extensive. And for that reason, you don't actually want it in the code. You don't want to parse it out of the code because it's its own thing. Will this be a failed experiment if this language never achieves meaningful traction with game devs? Um, I almost don't know how to answer that question in the following sense. Most people who make video games, like most programmers generally, like most people who listen to pop music, like most people who wear clothing, um, have demonstrated that they have bad taste, right? It's just Sturgeon's law says that. So using that as a criterion of success, that you appeal to people who have bad taste, is like, it's weird, right? It's not what I try to do. I try to appeal to people who have good taste. Now, hopefully, that also means that a language like this would catch on in a mainstream kind of way, simply because I think if a lot of people adopted this language, they would have good productivity increases and product quality, software quality increases and stuff. But we're talking about, if you take programmers as a whole, they mostly program in JavaScript, right? Obviously, they have bad taste. So, like, why do I think that people demonstrating bad taste would switch to something that I think is good for people with good taste? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so I see this as more like the foundation, right? We need a lot of different versions of Asimov's foundation to be built right now, because we have a society where, in many dimensions, not just programming and computers, but in many dimensions, we have extreme institutional failure, people not knowing what's good. Like, that's a primary symptom of society today, is people don't know what's good. They have no ability to discern quality. And maybe that's been true my whole life. Maybe it's been true always through history, right? But I feel like it's much more true today than it was, for example, in the 80s and 90s, relatively speaking. That could just be an optical illusion due to myself developing more taste as I age and stuff, but who knows, right? But so what I think would be success is if this gets used by enough people to have a foundation-like community of people who are keeping reasonable programming alive. That's success. And or if some of these ideas spill over into other programming languages that affect the mainstream a little more, that's success too, provided that those effects are positive. Now, the stuff I've been doing has already been copied by other programming languages, right? So in that way, these effects are rippling outward already, even before this one is released. Um, you're a senior in high school who's made a bunch of games with a few other friends, mostly action. You're trying to figure out what you should be doing in your technical design career. If you're interested in getting better at making games, what do I suggest? I suggest keep doing what you're doing, but just raise the ambition level of what you're doing. That is all you have to do to become good at making games, is just keep trying more technically ambitious things, or more design-wise ambitious things. Or just try to make things faster. Like any one of those dimensions, if you just iterate on that dimension and improve it every time, then you win, right? Because a lot of people just don't do that, is the fact. Like, there are people who, like, you just need to be able to take an evaluative lens on what you do and say, okay, was that good? Was it bad? And be honest about that. And what can I improve? As long as you can do that, you will do much better than many people in life. Because for some reason, a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people would rather feel good about their situation than evaluate it honestly. Even though evaluating it leads to a better situation. It's very strange, right? Um, but like there there are people who there are some people who get better at things the more that they do them, right? Or let's put it this way. There are some people who get better at things very rapidly the more that they do them. There are some people who sort of mildly get better at things the more they do them, but it's more by accident or just them getting muscle memory or anything more so than like deliberacy on their part, right? And there are some people who do not get any better whatsoever the more they do something, right? You want to be in that first category with regard to anything in life. As long as you're in that first category, you'll do great. It's all you need to do is make sure you're one of the people who gets better at things the more you do it. It sounds simple, but a lot of people don't do it. When you say foundation, I assume you're not talking about a foundation in the organizational sense. I mean, sort of. I'm talking about the series of novels by Isaac Asimov, which, if you are not aware of them, you should probably read them, or at least be. You should at least know what they are culturally, because I think they will become more of a cultural touchstone as time goes on. Like in the past month, I've heard a couple of people randomly refer to them in conversations. I'll give you. It's not really a spoiler, but um, the whole idea of the series is that there's a huge galactic spanning civilization of humanity, but it's become decadent and starting to decay. And a guy sees this is happening and decides to. He knows he can't actually prevent it, but he does what he can do to like make the situation better, right? Are there many big features of the language still missing? I wouldn't say so. There are a couple medium-sized features, and then some of the current features are going to be elaborated a lot further, but there isn't much missing in the way of huge features. There's a TV show coming out. I didn't know that. Ever read any Hollaback? No. Or however you pronounce that. Do I think part of the problem with regard to Sturgeon's Law is that most people never do the hard work to get to a point where what they create is no longer crap? No, because it's not even necessarily hard work. I mean, if you work hard, it goes faster. But, like, look, by the time you get to be my age, which I'm not 50 yet, but I'll get there before too long, right? Um, you should be at least pretty good at a couple things. Not even because you worked hard, but just because you've been around that long, right? But there are some people where that's not really true. That's all I'm saying. Of course, the harder you work, the better you are at more things. Probably, all other things being equal. All right. So let's get back to it. Um, okay, we are checked in, and the thing that I want to work on now is there's this file name thing. It was in my to-do listing tangler. To-do list, right? To-do list. Oh, it's in global data. Oh, wait, hold on. So basically, I'm looking for things that don't need to happen anymore or that might have been old. Oh, let's ignore this one for now. Okay, this thing is something I spotted where we're adding the name of every procedure to the section, but we don't. I'm not sure what this is for or if it's ever referenced. And if it is referenced, I would like to make it conditional on debug data, which it isn't right now. Right? So name base. Oh, this is for stack trace node. That should hopefully only happen if stack trace nodes are turned on. Yeah. So actually, here's the thing. Let's do a release compiler so it goes a little faster. So we should be able to see the difference in data segment size in Sokoban between debug and release, because the release build of Sokoban doesn't. Oh wait, does it do stack trace nodes? It might. Anyway, though, that answers my question about why that's there. So I can at least make the comment say, hey, this is why that's here. Let's try this. I don't, this will take a little bit because of the optimizations, but I don't think it'll actually be smaller because I think we use stack trace nodes in release. Maybe we don't. I don't remember. Wait, it's a lot smaller. Look at that. Interesting. So all this, like, we finished compiling when we hit this. So this is all just LLVM optimizing the code right now, is what we're waiting for. Okay. It is a lot smaller. Probably in part because it doesn't have all the procedure names. I mean, I think last I checked, there were a couple thousand procedures. I don't remember. You know, so that's like 50K right there. All right. Let's at least make sure. Okay, hold on. Name base. I'm not sure that this actually was updated correctly. Um, Hold on. Copy to global data. Name string. All right. I see. Um, so this is just making an entire global data. Okay. Note that this only happens if stack trace node generation is enabled, exclamation point. Okay. So we make a literal. Oh, this isn't right. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, it is. Woof. All right. Great. Now here, okay, so let's look at this one. So here, this is just saying like, hey, because these source code location or these stack trace nodes, they have a pointer to a file name in them, right? And so what we're doing is we're saying, hey, this has a string in it. There we go. I'm actually, okay, yeah, we put the count here. Or we write the data pointer and then we patch it down here, right? Okay. So this is all fine, but there's another place that I marked file name literal where it looked like we were doing something redundant with this, right? And really, yeah, oh, it's down there. So if we're array bounds checking, we also want these. All right. And I don't think, like for some reason I did this other system, right? And I don't think we want that. I think we just want this. Right? And then this. And then this is wait, but we don't want to do this here. even. Oh, we don't want to do any of this. All we want to do is that. So this thing, yeah, see, this is now redundant. I noticed this before. This is redundant with the literals we are using for stack trace. Well, dunzo. I mean, not dunzo, because somebody's still using this variable file name offset into our data segment. So we'll search for that. File name offset into our data. X64 converter. Okay, let's just first see. Okay, this is if we're panicking. Right? This is if we're panicking on a cast. Oh, well, okay. And this is panic due to runtime. Oh. This third one is a little bit weird. So the thing is, we want to put these file names into the executable. For a debug build. Okay, we're gonna break this into two phases, right? So this thing in global data it needs to do a cast bounds check as well, because that wants to use the file names. But then also we want to ask, are we going to generate file names for global data? I mean, you know, this runtime call of compile time functions is something that could theoretically just happen even in a release build, but I don't think we want to dump file names for the release build. So I think what we do is just check this offset. And if the offset is -1, then we substitute the empty string, right? Just because it's a release build with strings that are stripped. So you know that this happened, but it just doesn't have a debug string for the file name. I buy that. Okay, so we have 3 sites where this is being used. And instead, I think it is site load info. What was it called? It was called like literal in data segment. That's actually the wrong, it's the R data, whatever. We can search and replace that later. This thing, this behemoth name. Boom. Okay. Let's just make sure we didn't screw that up. I mean, seems fine. So we're going to do the same thing here. Okay. We do have safeguards against changing that now. I did do that last year. Okay, so that's the offset, and then one more. Okay. Okay. Wait, is there one more? I think there is. I don't know. Have I heard of the cargo cult around my language? No. And maybe I prefer that. All right. We actually should be running debug, I guess. But I actually should do, whoops, not release. I should do some intentional array bounds check fails and stuff. Oh, ensure string literal is added. Didn't like me. Really? Really? What did I get wrong? What did I get wrong? Okay, this comment line can go away. All right. Hold on. We just want to run this. Boop ba doop, boop ba doop. Okay, so I bet literal's null or something. Oh my god, it's the $1 billion mistake. We just lost $1 billion, guys. Okay. This is probably the initial load directive, right? Oh god. Dude, Visual Studio sucks. But now that we've told Visual Studio that it sucks, we'll be able to see the value of the variable that we want to see the value of. All right, so file name literal. Or no, sorry, it. Dude, people from Microsoft literally, every time I say, oh, Visual Studio is terrible and it has all these very basic problems that are embarrassing, they go like, what are you talking about? It's so good. There's nothing we could possibly make better. Like, give me a break, guys. Like, you literally have made it worse over time. All right. So, yeah, this has no file name literal in our data segment. It does, okay. Oh, it's for added strings. That's pretty weird. Okay. We actually want this to be true for, we always want a file name literal. So we're gonna cut this out. All right. Oh my God, there's so many. But they all call add directive load. Did I get that? Yeah. What is this? Bro, we've got yet another one. We had 3 things doing the same thing. All right. I'm going to write down. That's just what happens when you work on a program for a long time. So we're going to get rid of that one as well. See, this one was setting that one, but etc. Okay, so here we're just going to say that. Where is this declared? In global data.h for some reason. We're just going to laze it up. We're not even going to include that because that's a recipe for sadness. Okay. What? Oh, because that's in global data. I get you. I get you. Yeah. I get you. That's why I still was using a method. There was a method to my madness. Okay. Still no. It's different. Okay. We lost another $1 billion, guys. It's the preload. Yeah, okay. Preload never calls add directive load. Probably. I think. No, it must. Hold on. No, we do this really sneaky thing. We do this really see. We do a sneaky thing. All right. Well, we're $2 billion in the hole now, so things are looking bad. Let me see if we ever do this again. The preload is special, so load directives all. That's an add directive load right after our thing. What? Oh, this is interp arrow. Really? I thought... Wait, that's a method of art. What? Pointer to incomplete class? What are you talking about? Okay, so... And then there's another one down here. Is that runtime support? Yep. Okay. Good that I checked it, everybody. Use of... Oh, because we need the header file. Grr! That's what it meant by incomplete. All right, well. Well, sometimes we're just sad. Sometimes we are sad sacks. All right. So this was not a $1 billion mistake. This is just a regular mistake where we didn't put a thing in. You make code for procedure call. That's interesting. Oh, God. I guess it was here. I can't tell because Visual Studio sucks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's here. I thought this was the panic function, but it's generating a panic function. So okay, guys. My problem here, this is just a fundamental logic error, which is I believe that I'm doing this. Let's just check this. I believe that I'm doing this before I actually pack the literals, although maybe not. I don't know. Let's actually let's put a breakpoint in pack literal segment. You know what? I actually wonder. I just called that ensure function, but I didn't pay that much attention to what it was, so it might not. Oh no. Okay, so I was wrong. We do go there first. So whatever this is something that didn't get packed by that, which is weird. Oh, you know what? You know, when we put this into, we did the sneaky thing. Did the sneaky thing. We do add it to load directives all, which is what we use, right? Yeah, load directives all. Well, I mean, what is this load directive? It's just it's a module. No, it's a load that happens inside a module. That's just a regular load though. And it's there. It's just that didn't, you know what? Let's look at that ensure function. What was it called? Ensure load file name is in our data segment. Oh, no. This is fine. Okay, what we didn't do here is call the global data thing. Ensure string. Oh, we don't want to do that though. See, this function is not good anyway. Create, what is it called? create file name literal, which is weird because we also have this one, which we're going to have to get rid of. This one, file name literal in data segment. Create file name literal. So we're going to have to change that everywhere that it is. We'll also make sure this doesn't get called twice for some reason. I just want to be very clean about this. We're going to, instead of this, we're going to assert that's not there. Okay, yeah, we don't want to allocate this right now. No, we can't do that. That is wrong. Okay, so now create file name literal. I don't even know why that's in global data. That's stupid. I mean, it would make sense to be in global data if we were actually putting the information into the data segment. But we're actually not, even though this is called file name literal in data. So we'll clean it up. Don't worry about it. Okay, so now wait, what? What happened? I thought we hit both of these. Oh, weird. Okay. So now we're going to get some that are not changed, of course. Oh, the one in add directive load. Is happens there. Oh. That's a thisy. Okay. Okay, well, we compiled. We're still going to have the same problem because I did not actually fix anything. Okay. So the problem was that we had done this. We had created this literal, but we didn't like register it, which is weird. Let's see, maybe we didn't register any of them for some reason, or maybe it's only this one. We don't know. I suspect it's only this or only a subset, but let's see. So I can go and say, what's interp phase load directives all. I think that's in phase, yeah. 266 of them. That's quite a few. So this one, for example, is the preload one, and it's got a file name literal, and it's -1, bro. Okay, well, let's go to the packing thing. Oh, we are there. Oh, this is the breakpoint. This is not the error breakpoint. This is the other one. Okay, so let's just go to here, because this is when we want to know And yeah, we're doing all these. Okay, so never mind that. But now we debug break, and um, we are not happy that this load directive didn't get the thing. Even though so like either somehow it got generated after the data segment got packed, which by the way would be a major problem that we would have to fix for other reasons as well. Or um or I don't know. Or for some reason it's not in load directives all, which we can check here. We could say, oh, it's going to take a second. Let's go here. We want to copy pasta this, and we'll go to x64. Right, we were at, oh yeah, right here. So what we're going to do is a really slow copy pasta, no check-in, where we get the phase, and bool found is false. Actually, we can just do assert phase load directives all dot find site load info. And if that's not in there, then we know what our problem is. Okay, that assert didn't go off, which means it's there. Okay, so we're going to go find found index. All right, so that's going to tell us the index, and we're going to print out when we do the global data packing how many frickin' things there are. So like, did it get added after we did this? Maybe. I mean, that's my theory about how this could happen. Oh, you know what? We need to do that in the debugger because we didn't print out the other value. So we need to observe it using our debugification. All right. We don't care about this. We do care about this. So why are we here? Found index is 193, and we printed 266. So we definitely should have frickin' done this, right? Now, let's take a quick look here. So other options, maybe it's getting overwritten. maybe ensure string literal is added is doing something weird. Like maybe the flag is set for some reason. So what I want to do is make sure that we're on no jobs, and maybe this will be 193 every, oh no, we're not even no jobs. But I kind of, the order that this thing comes in may not be no jobsable anyway. We might have to detect it a different way. So I want to see what number it comes in a couple times. So found index here is 193. Interesting. With or without no jobs. So if it's 193 consistently, we can work with that, right? So we could say no, 128. Dang it. I suspected that because the loading is actually no. It actually all happens in the main thread. I don't know why that's coming out different. That might be a clue as to why sometimes things are not reproducible with no jobs, but it is not one I'm going to rat hole on. If we can't, it would be better if we could rely. You know, if it's mostly 193, that's good enough. Because we can break on 193 and see what it is and make sure it's the right one. So it's 193 or 128. It's oh, it's actually different ones, guys. Da 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 da. So if this is 193, nope, it's 128 again. I kind of wonder, okay, let's look at like 120, is 127 fine? No. Is 100 fine? Like what? Okay, wait, this is like, wait, what? What? We must be, okay, now my new theory is there's a break or something in that loop. This loop. We want this to be on again. On again, off again, on again. Like, do we break? We don't break. We don't break. Where's my okay, but what's... Oh, thanks, guys. All right. Okay. So this is... oh, God. We're not rendering correctly. Values. String. This is the empty string for 128. And that's not good. Do we set this later? I need to audit for that. That seems like what's happening. It's like I just didn't pay enough attention to what was happening, and okay. I don't like what I'm seeing here at all. At all. So I bet we're making empty strings every time because get fully pathed file name, which I called without looking at, probably wants something else to be initialized first. And then we're writing over it later with a different literal, which also seems, this is just like, you know, sometimes there's layers of old code that we need to renew through the crucible of the delete key. I'm looking for this. All right. Okay. File name. 0, 0, 0. Okay, do you see a pattern here? I do. I see a pattern. I see a very strong pattern. So that means we have two problems. One is this. The other is this is getting overwritten later. Like I didn't delete whatever else said it. Okay. What the hell does get fully pathed file name do? Obviously I should have looked at that. Lol. It looks at this other thing that we were going to delete anyway. Holy cow, this is not good code to have in here. This comment, I believe, is no longer true. Okay. What a mess. Okay, so this other thing, I think I'm fired, but it's fine because we're going to unfire me here. So that comes from set SCL literal. Okay. You know what we could do? Let's check when this happens, and as long as it happens at an acceptable time. We could actually just make this be the good one. Because we were going to delete one of them anyway as soon as this was working. Thing is, I have questions about this. So, that's not really the right time to do it. That is the right time to do it. Let's try this. Actually, even this shouldn't be a separate literal. So this file name for added strings should be like a literal for added strings. Okay. We're just going to keep going. I was going to try to stop at an intermediate working thing before I tried to delete this, but I think we're just going to full send. Okay. So we get fully resolved path. And we don't ever... That's interesting. This is okay. So the reason we are doing this here is because we kind of want the canonicalized path, right? So we're kind of using the file system to tell us what that is. Okay. Well, here we have our case correction for Windows. Yay. So kind of what we're saying here is if a load never opens its file, it wouldn't have a literal in this slot. Now we shouldn't get to the end of compilation if a load never opens its file, except, well, no. It's just, we're trying to untangle the tanglies here. There are issues that I kind of want to think about, but I also don't want to think about right now. So like, hey, we're sort of using the file system to tell us what's the canonical path name. But honestly, since these are strings that your metaprogram can see, you kind of would like them to be as operating system independent as possible. So like maybe you want them to be relative to your startup and like not having root paths in them and stuff, which they totally do right now. But then maybe that's not good for error reporting because like your editor doesn't necessarily know. All right. Are there any questions about what the hell is going on? Because I actually sort of know what's going on now. And I think what it is I'm going to delete one of these. Now the thing is, there might be a flaw with that. And also, I don't understand how this is getting reset later. You know what I mean? I just want to take off and nuke this site from orbit, honestly. So I think what I'm going to do is have the... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean this one. I meant the other. Okay, hold on. This one, the file name literal and data segment, is, I think, kind of getting reset somewhere else. That's the other part of the mystery that I don't... But no, it's only getting set here, and we assert that it's not set. So are we setting the name? No. So I kind of don't understand that. Let's try one more. So we should break here, yeah. Actually, right. So this file name literal is the empty string, but it becomes non-empty later or gets replaced by something else. All right. Although this doesn't... Oh wait, this is just ensuring that it's added. Oh wait, guys. Guys. Hello? The other problem here is this ensure string literal is added. All it does is put the literal into the list of things to be processed to put in the data segment. Where does that processing happen? Oh, it happens up here, 20 lines above where we put it in. Now, I don't know if you guys who follow this stream pretty often know a lot about programming languages, but a thing about imperative programming languages is that things earlier in the function, this is going to be difficult to follow, but you know, let me just lay this out. Things earlier in the function happen, or things listed lexically further up the page in the function, right, happen before things listed lexically like further down the page. Do you know what I'm saying? So like if you want to succeed in the game industry, do not reverse the polarity of the neutron flow. That's what I'm saying. All right. So yeah, this was, you know, I'm just suffering like a 50 IQP minus from streaming, right? Now, because there are multiple problems here, and again, that's why it was confusing. Wait, what? That's why it was confusing to debug, because anytime there's multiple problems, it's like, it makes it harder to understand what is happening. Okay. So this tangler here, because it's no longer directly packing data, needs to go up here. Okay, this still isn't going to help because these literals are empty. But actually we might compile and run. I think we'll just get empty literals, which might break something, but Might not. Okay, well, so that fixed that. But now I need to fix the fact that this is wrong, and um, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this other one, and we're gonna assert that this is true, and this will probably break us again. Okay, so, and then we'll give this a shorter name once it's all done. So we're going to do that, and then what we're going to do is just comment out the other one that we were using. All right, so now our goal is we have to set this one all the time. And what was the other one called? What was the other one called? Now, I don't know if there was a good reason why I made these separate, and there might have been. But dude, I didn't comment it, so it's on me. Okay, like all this can go away. Right, well, let's leave that so that we know what it was. Okay. So, who uses this old thing? Global data. We're going to have to give that a shorter name later. Okay. Wait, this is also like garbage. I think. Oh wait, no. I don't know. This is very confusing. No, we determined this was right. Okay. Other places. Interp and x64 converter. Okay. So we have the interp ones, and then this is probably going to not work because I haven't set this everywhere. I don't think, or I'm not sure. We'll see. So these ones create. What was this called? Create file name literal. I think those are the only two callers now. Or did I leave the one? Oh, I left it. So the preloads. Okay, this one we're going to get rid of. We're going to say else assert. Oh, you know what? No. Okay. I called this attack the back end stream, but we're doing a lot of attacking the front end right now, which is fine. Which is fine. We're not going to do that. All right. Not going to do that. That's the only other call that's outside preload. And then we're going to change this one to be set SCL literal just temporarily. Actually, we'll put this in preload. All right, and then this, and then interp. That's no longer usable by everybody. It's just going to live here. And this, so we'll start the compile because we changed the header. This is going to call set SCL literal interp load full name. Except, no, see, we actually don't need this at all. In theory, unless, well, we'll see. We'll see. I think we don't need this one. Except that there might be a problem, like I said, where somebody doesn't go through the path that creates this thing. But these should, because the files get opened, and it's the process of opening the files that sets that. But we'll see. My bet is that assert probably does go off. But it hasn't yet. Okay, we're in a, where are we? We're in a debugger. I don't want that. What happened to my, well, we compiled the game. So surprise. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Okay. This is great. I don't remember now what the size of our literal segment was before. It might have actually been a little smaller because we're using different file names now. But it's actually probably smaller now because we got rid of a redundant file name thing. But we actually have to test that these file names are there and are correctly being used, because this isn't a Linux program. But first, we have to make sure the tests actually run. Any questions about what we were doing, or why, or how, or when, or where, or why this hotel doesn't have a mini bar full of chocolate that I can snack on right now as my reward? So we're going to run this with -x64 again as well. Will there be a new dyno for Twitch subscribers when Braid Anniversary Edition comes out? I'm sure there will be. I don't know what emote it'll be. I have an idea. I have an idea. No questions though. No real on-topic questions about the fierce file name things that I've been doing that may not actually work yet because we ain't tested them. Like that they actually contain human legible. We probably should have a test for that. The problem is, again, knowing what the file name is supposed to be on different operating systems, you could at least make sure it contains the substring of like the actual file. You know. But right now we're verifying that these tests just compile and run, which is also you know, at least a certain degree of success. San Francisco rent is down 31%. Yeah, but the problem is you have to live in San Francisco. Like, that is not, it's going to continue to go downhill for a good 18 months at least, probably more. Like, right now is not the worst. Except the air. The air is probably fine for another few weeks. But last year there were tons of fires in November, so rip. Do I think CPP level languages will be accessible to end users in the future? What do you mean by end users? What was the Windows file name? Almost the same string error about. Two file names that were casing sent. Yeah, like if you have a load direct, basically, you don't want to be a developer who's just on Windows and ship a program that happens to load the right file on Windows, but it would be file not found on another operating system because Windows file loads are case insensitive and most other operating systems are case sensitive. So, we make sure that it matches for case. Right? So we refuse to load on Windows if you don't match. Now I know that's going to be terrible for all the kids these days who like type in Discord and Slack with no capital letters and no punctuation, but if you want to be a programmer, you have to nut up and deal with punctuation marks and capital letters if you want to succeed in the games industry. You visited SF 8 years ago. It was ugly, the homeless were aggressive, and it was expensive to park. Well, it is more so today. 8 years ago, it was much better than today. Am I going to make tutorial videos on the programming language instead of open beta? Probably. Well, what we will probably do is have some live stream discussions with Q&A where I answer people's questions, and then we maybe curate those into videos. Like, you know, edit them for brevity and all these things. macOS is case insensitive. All right. All right. So, any more on-topic questions? Let's do this with debug just in case. I didn't expect that to work as well as it did, but all right. I can start deleting no check-ins. We sure do have some. You know, I should have done like a lines of code count because I'm pretty sure we're down some. But I didn't do it. We can do one after the fact. Lol. Lol. All right, all of this passed. Oh, you know, I forgot to actually. So now let's make a stupid test program that does an array bounds check fail, for example. Let's just comment. Oh, I need you to get all the way off my back about that old program. A is an array of int. Array add a 5 minus 99. X is a sub 7. That should do a runtime array bounds check. The reason we did this as opposed to just having an array literal is if this was an array literal, we would get a static array bounds check failure because we would know just at compile time how many things are in the array. This way we don't. Okay. There we go. We got the file name. All right. Cast bounds check failure. How about that? Cast bounds check failure. A is 69,105. B is cast to U8 of A. Whoops. Cast bounds check failed. Still have the file name. Great. Programming languages don't seem accessible for end user programming. I don't know what you mean when you say end user. What does end user mean? Do you mean like a random person? Do you mean a programmer but who's not a compiler programmer? Do you mean a web programmer? Like, what are you? I asked, what are you talking about? I don't understand the question. Do I do the converse, disallow two files on Linux like capital foo and lowercase foo that would be impossible to have on Windows? We don't do that right now. We could, but it's annoying and more involved. I mean, at some point, it's just your responsibility. Like, at some point, if you're making code, what am I trying to say? So the philosophy of this language is a bit different than C++, right? So like C++ says, as long as you get a bunch of STDs by using std : whatever, as long as you stay in that universe, you'll just compile anywhere that C++ lives and you'll run anywhere, right? That's not really what we were doing here. You can certainly have programs that run anywhere by using libraries that run anywhere. But when you did that, it's because that library author either didn't do anything that would be platform specific or supported all relevant platforms with their platform specific things like their intrinsics and whatever, right? Okay. So the question then is, do you expect people to know, like, I don't know. I guess that's something the compiler could warn about. It just seems it might be annoying to do that consistently. Um, it it might have a speed cost. I mean, not a huge one, but it might have a speed because you have to do an n squared check against all other file names, right? And like, should people have to pay for that? I don't know. It's worth thinking about. Okay. So that's wonderful. Now there is one loose end that we didn't handle. You know, I think we gained a substantial speed boost from that. I didn't go measure, of course, but like our x64 output time is reduced from what it usually. I mean, laptop, like I said, timings are weird, and especially when I'm streaming, they're slower. But like, usually it was a little over 1 second if you subtract the. Oh no, it is still the link time. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know, man. What happens? Don't we have like power options? Let's. Isn't there like a better? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's best performance already. Everybody, we're getting the best performance possible. We're getting amazing blazing performance. I could go look at some VODs from the other day to see what these numbers were, but again, it's hard to compare because it depends on what mood the laptop's in. Would anyone ever actually have two files like this, which seems highly unlikely? Yeah, I mean, it could happen, right? I think we just have to rank because we have a limited amount of development power to put forth, and also you kind of have to manage the complexity of the whole system that you build. So the question is, you know, where does that rank among all the things that we could be doing compared to like how much better would it make the compiler for how many it's standard sort of decision making. um, all right, this 266 loads we can get rid of. All right, so we're going to check this in, but then I want to go attack. There was that thing I mentioned about the panic due to runtime call of compile time procedure, which also uses these file names. And the thing is, the file names may not exist, and I don't want to force that. So basically, we need to substitute the empty string if the file name does not exist and comment why we are doing that. Oh, wait, there's another thing I want to do too. So every time we add a file to added strings, we're making another literal for it, and we don't want to do that. So here, let's just commit. Reduce some of the mess around file name literals. You know what? Let's also rename this puppy while we're at it. This is not going to be called string literal for source code location file name. We're just going to simplify that a bit. It doesn't need to be all that. It's going to be called string literal for file name. Boom. Did I solve the problem with constant expressions not being serialized for LLVM? They were not being serialized actually for sure on x64. I don't know about LLVM. I need to go look at that. Maybe it's not on either. I did a couple days ago make constant integers work on the x64 backend for code view. So that works now, but the problem is there are mysterious incantations required to make other things work, and I don't quite know what the right answer is, so I'm trying to figure that out. So like strings and floats and stuff like don't work the same way as integers, sadly. Try with the ship build. Yeah, I could do that. Let's see. That's 1. Oh, it's about the same, right? 1.801, 1.863. Oh. So these x64 output times are around 1.17, right? 0.17. That's what we want to look at, really. All of these are rounding to 0.17 for the shipped build. 0.18. 0.17. Oh, 0.16. 0.17-ish. So now let's run this one. 0.17. 0.16. 0.1. Yeah, I think we got substantially faster. See, that 0.17 was just, we had to get these files back into cache or something, right? So now we're 0.16 versus 0.17, basically. So we saved 10 milliseconds off the compile time, which is enough to like run the Go garbage collector like, well, they say 10 times, but that's not really true. So that's good. I mean, we were mainly going for the speed decrease. Wow, that's a 0.15. 0.15. Yeah, so we saved probably more than 10 milliseconds so far. And there's still more work to be done in this area. You know, but 10 milliseconds, right, in the total time, that's basically subtract 1 from this digit, right? So it's not something you're really going to notice that much, but these things add up, right? Other projects add 10 milliseconds all the time. We subtract 10 milliseconds, right? That's our difference. Do I think Remedy might be suitable for simple beginner's needs, which are mostly just step in and out? Yeah, probably. And George is very responsive, so if you have problems or whatever and you email him, he's very eager to fix the thing and make it better. All right. So I have 2 things I want to do maybe before ending the stream. There's so many more things we could stream, but all right. So this one, the file name for added strings. Oh my God. Wait, why are we resetting this? Wait, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to change this. That's what? Who did this? Set build. Oh, right. I see. You are allowed to change this as long as it's before things start compiling. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to say literal for added strings is a thing. Does anyone use... And actually, no, you can't free this. That's bullshit. You can't free that because people are using it. Yeah, this is still wrong because it should be an absolute path. We could fix that later. It's not that important right now. Okay, we do want that separate file name because we use it there. All right. Okay. So do I have a make string literal? Yeah. Okay. So okay. Great. Great. Now this thing, this set SCL literal is instead, oh geez. Do we have typedef string yet? Okay, we'll find out. We'll try to set it when we create it. So here we're just going to say all right. I don't think we really need the type, but we'll set it just in case. Right. No one has any clue what's going on. Well, I mean, I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I'll just stop streaming then. Fine. Fine. Whoops, that's not even the one that we just built. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, that's not going to tell us any assertions, though. So, okay. I again neglected to look at this number, but I think that's a little smaller. I think it was 211 like 8 something. Ah, okay. So that didn't work. Um, this is really gross. Okay. Like the first time we call this, we haven't done type def string yet, but the second time we have. So, um, actually, maybe we can just do. Hold on. Before I make a mess, let's just see. Instead of this, what if we just did this down here? Hopefully nobody is using that. There we go. Sometimes don't make a mess, just clean up the mess. Just clean up the mess, bro. All right, great. Let's run all the tests in debug. I don't think what any of them are doing could change that, but we're going to see. Does the game compile things in real time? No. But if the product is a compiler, the product should be good. You know what I mean? Part of what the compiler is supposed to be is fast. Like 10 milliseconds Doesn't sound like a lot to some people, but it's the kind of speed up that game developers consider themselves very successful. I mean, you can't even have a 10 millisecond slowdown in a game. Like that game will be unplayable, right? Like that's already a 10 FPS, no, 100 FPS before you do anything. So like as soon as you start doing things, your frame rate starts dropping precipitously, right? Um, so, um, but in more batch programs like this one, it's easy for that to get swept under the rug. But the problem is that's why your thing gets slower and slower over time, is you keep sweeping 10 milliseconds under the rug. Before you know it, you've swept 10 of those under the rug, and now you've got a tenth of a second. You've swept 10 tenths of a seconds under the rug, and you've got 1 second, right? It just keeps going like that. And so you have to be on guard against these things and be constantly trying to make your thing sleek and streamlined and only doing the work that it needs to do. And so what happened was, like yesterday and this morning, I noticed that the compiler was doing a bunch of things that were inefficient. Firstly, in space, right? That was the main thing I was doing, was saving space in the R data segment. But then also, speed is a side benefit of that. And this even commutes to speed in launching the program, by the way, because we got rid of 9,000 pointer patches, which means the executable is smaller and doesn't have to do as much when you load it, or maybe when you link it. I don't know, man. Probably when you link it. Maybe. Anyway, it's all good. It's all better. We did good things today. We have one more thing to do, but we will check in before that, if the no check-ins do not defeat me. Haha, they don't. Does the game run with the release compiler? Hell yeah, it does. How many FPS does the average app respond to user input? Average app, very slowly, because they're all terrible. Some iOS apps are nice and fast, but even on iOS, even Apple's own programs on iOS get really laggy sometimes. Okay, so we want to run tests with release build, but LLVM version, because we haven't done that. And that'll go much faster because, you know, I mean, not that much faster because it's LLVM, but it's not debug build of the compiler, so we're good. Ding, 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 ding. All right. So, remove redundant data and code for file name literals. For features like source code location and array balance check resulting in another small but significant size savings as well. No. Also simplicity of the compiler code and a little bit of execution time increase, but not enough to talk about in there. All right, so the last thing I want to do is this empty string offset, right? We're packing like 8 bytes for that. What is it called? Oh, it's in global data. Empty string literal offset. And so we're going to rename this, but we're packing 16 bytes for that, and we should only need 1 byte now. Yeah, like that's literally the only place that we use it is here. Yeah, so what should we name this? Empty string offset into, it's called the literal segment now. All right. And we're just going to add a single 0. In fact, actually, if we wanted to be really byte saving, we could look for the first non-empty string literal and use its 0 termination and only put an extra 0 termination if there was no non-empty string literal. But that's adding more code complexity than I care to do. So we're going to do it this way. I mean, we could even just have a 0 in some other segment that we know is there, like the code segment or something. And like, I'm not into saving 1 byte like that, though. Yeah, we do ship a lot of the things in the examples folder, not all of them, and we do ship those how-tos. And we will ship the game, but not yet, not for a while. All right. Ding to ding. 1.77. Not packing those extra 15 bytes really made it small. Right? Well, now the fan started up again. So we're in the 189s now. 211393. Wasn't it 4 something? Yes, it was. So this is good. I still almost don't quite believe that we have 200K of string literals in the game. But again, if there's 9,000, you know, that's just like 20 bytes per string literal. Which isn't that big of an average, honestly. I do have to check that number. Like maybe we're generating redundant string literals for some reason. Except we're not, because I tried deduplicating, unless I messed that up really bad, but I tried and we only got 2 duplicates. And those were probably added strings, which I've just addressed. All right, well, are there any, while we run the tests, any final questions? About anything that we did, starting with on topic, and then we'll veer into off topic if. So we're going to comment that out for now. That's there if we ever want it. I don't think we need that anymore. It's been dealt with. for literals. So things we didn't get to tonight, but that we're going to want to do is putting the array and struct literals into the read-only data segment. And then there's an optimization with the debug output that I want to do that I think will actually push those numbers down significantly. Like the 0.15 seconds here, I think a significant amount of that is doing work in the debug info that is not necessary. But we'll do a separate stream on that. I want to get this number back down because this back end is supposed to be fast, you know. But 0.15 seconds is so slow the human eye can almost see that fast. Like that's like 8 frames per second, 7 frames per second. We did good though. Like, dude, I scribbled out some things on this newly created page. That's good. Only pack 1 byte for the empty string in the literal segmento. Let me just make sure builds have been succeeding. Yep. So we're doing good. Victory, everybody. Why was I packing 16 bytes for empty string literals in the first place? Because that was the header of the string literal. It was the length and the data pointer, right? And then what we did earlier in this stream was, hey, let's not actually store those in the data segment anymore, right? But because the empty string was being written a little bit differently than everything else, it just didn't automatically come along with that change. So I did it separately at the end, but I left it to the end because I knew it was going to be easy. Am I looking forward to using this engine on the next game? Definitely, yes. Any plans to do more in-depth talks with Casey or Sean? Sure, if we figure out what to do them on. I have fun doing those. I just don't know what the next topic would be. Maybe it'd be worth writing a segfault handler that could be installed by the runtime. Yeah, I mean, we have one. It just doesn't get installed by default, but you could definitely add it with your own metaprogram. The question is, should we install one by default? I don't know. Like, maybe. It's just, you know, I would want to make sure it's high quality and does all the right things and doesn't make things worse and stuff. And that, of course, takes some attention. And it's just, you know, it's not what I've been doing. But we could do that. Do asserts in polymorphic procedures get their own string literal for each instantiation? I am not actually sure right now. I feel like we probably deduplicate that somewhere, but if we don't, it's pretty easy to do. Like in that loop right there that you saw, you would just do a loop where you put things into a hash table, or you hash things and then you check to see if they already exist, right? which slows you down a little bit, but probably not that much because you don't actually need to store the string data in the hash table, right? It's just like a hash value, and actually, it's not really extra cache misses because you were gonna write out the string anyway. So what you do is you hash it, you go to the table, you see if there's somebody there. If there is, you just set the other string literal's pointer to that one, right? If there isn't, then you uh, you write it out and so forth. And so it's the slowdown would really be minimal to do that. It's just the reason I say I feel like that's already being done is because when I scanned for literals this morning or for duplicates this morning, I didn't really see any. That could be because I screwed that up. It could be because um, we don't happen to put asserts in polymorphic procedures ever. Or maybe we use asserts in there, but we don't use the version that passes the string. That could be. I don't know. We'll see. But, if that happens, it's easy to fix. Why would you need a segfault thingy? Well, some people don't like it if their program just like if it's a console program and it exits without printing something and you're a beginner programmer, you don't necessarily know what happened or that it crashed. It could be confusing. Like what Windows does when your program crashes is heavily dependent on system configuration, and I can't ever get it to work consistently anyway, so I don't bother trying to set it up. What do I look for when choosing a hotel? It depends. For where I am right now, I wanted a place close to the town where I could walk to interesting places, and that's about it. I'm not looking for too super fancy, but I do want places with good internet that I could stream from, like right now. I use this shirt in a talk. Yeah, certainly. I've had this shirt for a long time. Staying out of SF until election chaos passes. Yeah, at this point I would prefer to, but the thing is, I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take to figure out the results of the election. Could be months. I might have to go back in the middle. Oh. But there's lots of towns around here. Like if I want to think about living in a good state that is not, I mean, the problem with California is everybody in politics is just high on their own supply. Like, well, it's a mixture of two things. It's one, the policies are all chosen based on political ideology rather than observing what actually works, right? So they're all kind of high on their own supply that way. And the second one is even for things that might be the right decision policy wise, there doesn't seem to be any accountability over actually implementing it in such a way that it actually works. So, for example, the insane amount of money spent on homeless handling in San Francisco, and yet there's like no results of it, right? So, like, I guess the people in charge of the homeless program are like doing lines off glass tables every day, and then they spend just enough on homeless stuff so that it looks like they're spending on homeless stuff, but really they're just, snorting it. Like, I don't know. I have no idea what's happening there. Um, but the combination of those two things means I don't want to live in a state like that. So, I'm in Tennessee right now and I like it better. Like, I like where I'm living a lot better than San Francisco, or where I'm staying a lot better than San Francisco. It's a smaller place, and there are places in California that I probably would like approximately as much as this, but not that many of them, honestly. So, and Tennessee actually believes in a lot of things that California doesn't seem to now. So, we'll see. Any more YouTube compiler updates? No, I stopped doing those because I don't like the way they were being used, and so but I mean, with most people it's fine, but again, I was they were giving ammo to people who were trying to undercut my efforts. I mean, they probably didn't think about what they were doing as that, but like that's what was happening. That's a potential outcome of that dynamic, and so like, why give ammo, right? Do I like Colorado or Texas better than California? Yeah, I would. I mean, Colorado definitely better. The thing that I worry about with Colorado is it's a little too much of a blue state anyway. Not as much as California, certainly, but like if a lot of California people move there, it's going to be just as bad. It might just take a long time to go downhill, though, right? But Denver, which I kind of liked, is rotting in the same way that San Francisco was. It's just not as far along. I didn't like what I saw when I went to downtown Denver. I should include the number of assembly or machine code instructions the compiler translates the source code down to in the command line output. It would allow for relatively easy cross-language comparisons. A number of instructions is not necessarily very good because you can do the same operations in different numbers of instructions and they all get compiled to the same number of micro ops on the CPU anyway. Like, it's just a little bit weird, but like, I don't know. Or sometimes you intentionally generate more instructions, right? Because you're like, look, I want to unroll this loop. Yeah, we're adding a bunch of instructions that we didn't need to. And then if you compare that to a different compiler that didn't unroll the loop, you might say, oh, that compiler is better because it generated fewer instructions. But no, you actually want more instructions for your program to go faster. It's not obvious what's the right thing. Number of instructions is better than lines of code. I don't know. I mean, it's a different measure, but I'm not sure it's a useful measure. Like, size of your executable is sort of meaningful, right? But again, it's the same thing as number. I mean, it's of course directly proportional to number of instructions, but at least it's something that's meaningful in the sense of like, this is how heavy of a weight your operating system has to lift when it's loading it in and all that. Colorado Springs is nice. I don't know. There's a lot of nice things around Colorado Springs, but the town itself, now that I stayed there for like 10 days, I was like, it's a little too much. It's a little too much of like driving around between Chick-fil-A's, you know. Yeah, I wasn't talking about criticism. I was talking about people doing lower effort versions of what I'm doing, right? Like the reason that I'm not putting this compiler out as open source yet or even public beta is because I want to make sure it's high quality before it goes out and does all the things together in a high quality way. And I don't say patch is welcome, please help me make this a bearable experience, right? And what annoys me is people were taking the stuff I do in the demos, putting it into their own programming languages, and then releasing like the low effort version of those features. So they look better because like, oh, look at all these ideas we had. And I'm like, wait, you just copied that from that demo I gave. And like, so there's almost, I don't know. It's like I'm working really hard to do this and to see people just do that and turn that around. And it's more than I'm not blaming any one person. It's like multiple people did this. It's just, it makes me tired, because like, why should I work this hard? Like, if that's what you're going to do to the world, then you kind of get the world you deserve, I don't know, man. So I'm sorry, I can't do those demos anymore because that's how they were being used. They were being abused. People still could watch all of these and like still figure out what some of the features are, but at least it would take a lot more time investment, right? Whereas when I made those demos, they were like focused demos. The low effort versions will never get adopted. Well, maybe. I mean, they're already adopted a little bit, right? There's little communities around each of these languages. They get mentioned on Hacker News all the time and whatever. Um, the question is, how much of a life do they have? And there's, I mean, I don't, I think that quality will win in this case, but um, and quality means something very broad in the sense that I use it right there. It means solving the hard problems instead of the easy problems and solving them well in a way that they all work together, right? Like, I think quality will win in this case, but there's always like, there's in chaotic systems, there's always attractors around a pathway where a thing gets momentum, right? And if something doesn't get momentum because other people took those communities away by doing the same features, then like it could make things a lot harder and or kill them in a sense where they wouldn't have been killed if I hadn't done those demos, right? Um, I don't know that the probability is very high of that. I just know that it just makes me tired when I see people do that, and it makes me a little bit angry. I mean, honestly, not that angry, more like tired and unappreciated and abused. And I just don't want to feel that way when I'm working this hard, right? So the policy now is just I work hard on the programming language, but I don't do the demos. And that sucks because most people who watch the demos found them interesting or entertaining and got something positive out of it, right? But just because it's being turned around to aggravate me, I just can't do them anymore. That's all. You moved out of downtown Denver to Castle Rock to get away from the insanity. It got worse since I was there. Wait, I was just there like 2 months ago. It's gotten worse in 2 months. I guess COVID, right? But like when I was in downtown Denver, like a lot of storefronts were like boarded up and shut down. It looked like the middle of a depression. It was really weird. And there was like a giant homeless tent city by City Hall, which I was like, it looked like San Francisco to me there, and I was like, oh, this isn't good. Another way to look at it is when I started, I was talking about a hypothetical language with a bunch of things I wanted programs to be using, and because of my videos, a lot of languages are better now, even if not as perfect as I'd like. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's actually good. So if you imagine that I go outside tomorrow and get hit by a truck, and so this language never comes out because nobody can figure out the password to source control or whatever, right? Um, then it's definitely a positive contribution that other languages have done it. It's just, dude, I'm working so hard on this. Like, I'm working on 3 projects right now. I'm the bottleneck on every project. I'm working on the game so we can give the game, both make a good game and give the game to people who use the language. I'm working on the language, working on the other game, the Braid re-release. It's just so much, right? And to be working that hard and to have people take advantage of that work in ways that do not return anything for the advantage of speed, it just makes it hard. That's all, right? It just makes it hard. Like, I am not, a lot of the time I'm inured to that kind of thing, but sometimes I'm not. And being able to do a lot of work at high levels of quality over a long time is all about psychology management, right? It's all about keeping yourself from deciding at a subconscious level that what you're doing is negative instead of positive. Because as soon as that happens, you won't be able to finish the project. Well, it'll be much harder, right? And so, that's one of the skills that I've been working on over all these years when I make these games and stuff is um, dealing with my own psychology, like noticing what's happening, noticing when I'm like freaking out because things are too hard or taking too long or aren't good enough, right? And just figuring out what's happening and just making it better for next time around. And so I noticed with this compiler, like, yeah, like I don't like how I feel. I don't like how I'm being treated, essentially. Um, so, well, what agency do I have? I want to keep working hard on this, so um, I just have to change the way I'm doing it, right? And so I feel better about that. I still feel a little bit annoyed about this, but not as much as I did last year at this time. So it's worked. The fact that I'm not doing any of these demos has me feeling better, but it's a bummer for the people who used to enjoy the demos. That's all. Sounds like Portland. Oh yeah, I don't. No, the compiler is written completely in C++ right now. Yeah, I heard about tearing down the statue of Lincoln. That's so crazy. I mean, I understand why, but this should show people there is no limit to what certain people will do, right? You give them some of what they want and then they'll take more of what they like. It's just crazy. But yeah, I like what you were saying is actually true. Like it is a positive contribution. Like that's actually what I was saying much earlier in the stream is like say I finish this language and it doesn't get as much adoption as I would have liked. Like if it influences some of these languages other languages to do better, that's good. Like already the C++ committee has been forced to think more seriously about runtime type information and about compile time execution. And they're already starting to get some of that stuff in the language in a better way. It's still going to suck, but at least they're trying. So that's positive. I don't know. Yeah. So, with regard to the compiler demos, I think, we're not going to do focused demos like that anymore yet. But, when we do public beta, I'm probably going to do a whole bunch of videos like that of like, here is the final version of this feature as of the public beta and how it works and all these things. Like I'll probably do one a week or something, right? Just to get information out there about how things work and what the preferred use is and all that. So they'll happen. They're just going to happen later in time than they would otherwise, unless I get hit by a truck. Yeah, and also I just have so much work to do right now, guys. Like, oh my God, it's a lot. All I do basically is work on video games every day. I did take a day or two off. Like, normal people take weekends. I don't usually take weekends. But I did take like one day off last week, and then I've taken some portions of days off lately, just for my own sanity. But yeah, like right now is one of those times when there's just a lot of work, and I'm the bottleneck on all of it, and I don't have enough help, and but that's game development. I've done it before. I know what it's like when you get to the end. We win these, right? So we're winning and we are winning these, right? So it's fine. It's just when you're in the middle of it, it's like, ugh. So that's where I'm at. About how many people are testing it in the private beta? About 20. Well, okay. There are about 20 people in the private beta who have access to the compiler and get new builds every time they go out. People have varying levels of engagement, right? These are all people who are doing something in their life. Most of them have jobs where they program in a different language for their job. And so it's variable how much time people have to play with things. Sometimes people have more interest or less interest depending on what are the features that come in the new beta, right? And some betas don't have new features, some are just bug fixes and so forth. So how many people are actively doing stuff right now? It's definitely a lot less than 20, but I don't actually know. There's a few people who I hear from frequently. And there's a few people who I hear from less frequently. And there's some people who I never hear from, although I know they're using it. So it's like, I don't know. But there are 20 people who get all the builds right now. And pretty soon, as soon as we stabilize, so I had a few beta releases, which you might have seen if you follow the stream, where there was just some bug fixes that had to happen with short turnaround. And I don't want to add people while we're in the middle of that, because it's like, ugh, sorry, your first beta was a broken build. But if things stabilize a little bit and they feel solid again, that's as soon as that happens, I'm adding another 20 people, right? So the plan is just to double the size of the beta every time. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see how 40 feels and whether we want to keep doubling or not after that. But that's the plan. Have I ever flown in a Cessna? No, I have not. How much is Cyberpunk 2077 going to impact my work? I mean, honestly, it's not my kind of game. So probably not at all. Is there any way you could help? I mean, not really. I mean, basically, if somebody wants to give me $10 million to hire more people to help on the projects, that would be great. But short of that, we've just got to plow ahead doing what we're doing. You only have 9,998,999.99. What did I think of Factorio? You saw me playing on stream a couple years ago. I couldn't find those anymore. I think Twitch auto deletes the VODs. I like Factorio, certain parts of it, but certain parts of the game were kind of weird and or missing, like the the exploration and fighting off the enemies things wasn't really very good. It was just kind of there. But the building the factory part was good. The thing I didn't like about that was it got kind of grindy after about 40 hours. But then also when I would go watch streamers who knew how to build the best things, it was sort of a degenerate strategy. It was just like pave over a giant square area and run like 8 wide paths of things and all the time and stuff. And it's like, well, if that's what I should have done from the beginning to have a good factory, it's not, I don't know, there's something not nice about that, right? There's something not beautiful about it. I don't know. But I'm glad I played it. Satisfactory has had some big updates. Maybe Casey and I'll go play that at some point. when Casey and I played it about a year ago, it was just like we got to part of the world that was just empty, and we were like, well, rip. But even before that, like the world part of Satisfactory isn't that good, honestly. It's like missing something. Like in the beginning, the world and the terrain matters a lot, but after a while, it doesn't matter at all. Completely new to game development, so you don't know about this. What is the platform? What is a good platform to publish a demo of a game I've been working on to see if people like or enjoy it? Um, I don't know. Maybe Itch, maybe Steam. If you can get on Steam, I don't know who they let on Steam now. I think you have to pay $100 or something. Um, I honestly haven't done that. Like back when I was making things like that, where I wanted to give them out for free, I just put them on a web page, right, and said, "Hey, download my thing off my web page." You could do that, right? Um, if I played any of the Souls game, yeah, I played a few of them for a little bit. I've never like really played one seriously. You remember when the game was telling me to stop playing and go take a break? Wait, was that Satisfactory that did that? Yeah, I think I remember that. Is Casey the Casey from Handmade Hero? Yes. Do I think puzzle games can have much replayability? Yes. I mean, even The Witness has replayability more than I expected just because there's so many puzzles that you forget. Like, I can replay The Witness and enjoy some of the puzzles, even though I worked on those for years because I don't remember them, right? That said, Witness is a static content game, not really designed for replayability. If you design something for replayability, you could get a lot more out of it. How do I motivate myself to work on one project as opposed to just starting spurious projects and not finishing them? I mean, I used to do that. I used to start projects and not finish them, and then I just got serious. I observed that I was doing that I was starting different things and not finishing them, and said, bro, like, I'm over 30 now, and I've always thought of myself as someone who's a badass who does important things, and I haven't done anything important yet. And so I've got to fix this shit and get it under control, right? Something like that. I don't know. Something like that occurred mentally. What's my experience with the crunch in the industry? I have never crunched in the game industry. Ever. 0 times. Do we use a fuzzer on the compiler? Um, we have a fuzzer, or had one that was written a while back, but it it tended to fall into local maxima of like extremely pathological inputs, right? So like the file it would generate would be like 1 comma 1 comma 1 comma 1 comma, like 30,000 times or whatever, and that's fine. That definitely did help us find some crashes. Um, so that was useful. However, the more useful thing is a fuzzer that generates things that are close to actual programs that people are going to do, right? Because that's where, like, you don't just want to fuzz the lexer or the parser. You want to fuzz for, like, oh, they tried to use a float in a certain way and it's supposed to be disallowed, but it wasn't, right? So you want things that kind of compile, and that fuzzer didn't generate those, and so I think we'll have to do a new one at some point that does. Um, Crunch was just a 48-hour work week. Oh, come on. 48 isn't crunch. In my opinion. I mean, I guess it's non-trivially more, right? That's sort of like that's 6 days at 8 hours a day, or you know, an extra hour and something per day out of 5 hours per week, or six. Sorry, yeah. Would I recommend someone looking for lower level programming to use C? Um, I mean, I don't like to use C, but some other people do. So like Casey and Sean do, and maybe Sean McGrath. I don't know. I would say just use C++ very minimally. Use C++ like it was C with a few extra features is what I would say. Game journalists freaked out as though the developers are being put on a death march in the coal mines. I mean, like, basically, we were in this weird situation where journalists, both game journalists and like general technology journalists, think that the industries they're covering are Satan and are only bad, and just like irrationally dislike everything about them. Like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't think it's healthy at all. Um, I think the mainstream tech journalists are actually worse at this than the game journalists. Um, but it's almost like being a journalist in these areas has now become a form of virtue, or it's a virtue signaling is some kind of currency among journalists, which is crazy. Um, Now, again, the mainstream tech journalists are the worst at that, but I see certain parts of game journalism going that direction also. So I guess it's what you get when you have our current internet environment. But there are still good game journalists for sure. So what I hope is that the good game journalists get the discipline under control and make it happen. All right, I am getting tired. Creatively speaking, do you consider The Witness as your magnum opus, or do you think you can surpass the amount of thoughtfulness and the quality of introspective gameplay? Um, I mean, certainly The Witness is the best thing that I have worked on so far. I can always hope to do something better. Um, I don't know what the probability is of that. I will certainly try. you know, um, I will certainly try. But the thing is, it has to kind of be a different thing, right? Like, I can't just make another game mostly like The Witness, but then try to make it better. Like, I don't even know what that would be. So it would just have to be, do I keep developing in design maturity to a point where I can make better things? It's not easy. Like, I don't know. My hope is that I can do things better than The Witness, but I don't know. Don't even try to be better than the witness. Just do crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that trying to be better than a thing that you've done. Well, I think that's a good early career strategy, right? When you're making stuff and you're like not that happy with it, right? Then of course, it's like, okay, I want to do better than that. I want to do better than that. I want to do better than that. But when you've made a thing where it's like, wow, I don't really know how I could have done better than that. Um, you kind of have to shift into a different mode where you're exploring different spaces or something, or looking at things in a different way. Because just grinding on that one thing, like if I just grind on those ideas, the same ideas that went into the witness, that's a very good way to become stale, right? And I think that's true in any creative endeavor, right? So you have to be willing to walk away from the thing that you did that was good and look somewhere else and try to be good over there, you know. um, that's all. Try to do the best you can to put good ideas into things. You think Tarantino struggles with that idea and when to retire? Well, I don't like the thing that he announced about only ever doing 10 movies because, like, isn't he up to 9 now or something? Like, I think he's going to have to unannounce that. Yeah, I really liked Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I I really appreciated that movie. I actually there were a couple Tarantino movies that I didn't even see that I want to go back and see, like the couple before that. I really like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think it was underappreciated. It did get a significant amount of attention, but compared to how good it was relative to other things that were out at the time, I think it was really underappreciated. So if I were him, I would sort of be frustrated by that, but also, I mean, he knows it's good. But again, the thing that I said about when you're in a world where many people are demonstrating that they don't have taste applies to that movie as well, right? Like, if somebody thinks Avengers Infinity War is better than Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, for example, like I kind of just don't know what to say about that. I mean, if they're a kid and they like superheroes because they're a kid and superheroes are cool, like that's good. Like great, that's totally fine. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is definitely not like a kid movie, right? Um, but like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I never saw Hateful Eight. I want to see Hateful Eight. It's on my list of things to do. I watched Ballad of Buster Scruggs. I have not. Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is really interesting because it's the first Tarantino film that I've seen that is sublime in a certain way, which is that the way that I like it goes beyond my understanding of why I like it. Like it's got a certain special quality to it that I don't fully understand, but I feel is there and appreciate, right? And that is very rare. Like it's got like the phrase movie magic doesn't really exist anymore, but like it's got a certain kind of movie magic that is both a flavor of the classic Hollywood movie magic, but I don't know. There's just something really interesting about it. The special quality is Margot Robbie. Okay. Can the language count to 24? Of course. 24 is the highest number. Forget about it. If your programming language can't count to 24, it can't do all the numbers. All right? Would I say Mulholland Drive has the same quality? No. Mulholland Drive has a different quality. In some, I mean, they probably overlap a little bit, but they're not remotely the same. Fire Walk with Me is your favorite Lynch movie. I remember really liking Fire Walk with Me, but I haven't seen it in a long time. So I don't know. I don't know if I would like it as much now. I know people at the critics at the time hated it. I really liked it at the time. I mean, I saw it in the theater. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming by. I'm going to go to sleep. We did good work today. There is more good work to be done in the future. Things are good. Thank you, everybody. And I'll see you later on. You know what? Let's try to raid somebody again. Sometimes we are unsuccessful. Is there a way I can go to just like science and technology so I don't get this like front page? Among Us, but my chat is nice. Great. Science and technology. Oh, but that's the search. How do I... Can I like bookmark this? The problem is that's at the bottom of my frickin' bookmarks. We'll move that later. Hi, everybody. Game dev. Wait, is Ludum Dare still good? No, it's not still going, right? Didn't that already happen? Game AI programming. Underground Sandbox. Developing 3D Zelda. Nintendo's going to sue you for that thread title. Learning Pandas. Pandas is some like database shit from Python. Like it's the new, I saw people talking about this on Hacker News. So I'm like, okay, that's the new garbage. It's like it's the new whatever you're supposed to know this year. It lets you read Excel spreadsheets. That's right. That's what that was. Patching memedos. I don't know, guys. Is there anything that seems really compelling? Oh, making an operating system from scratch. Didn't we raid this guy a long time ago? For the NES, maybe not. Okay, we're gonna do the NES operating system. That looks hardcore. All right, thanks everybody for coming by, and I will see you later. As soon as the raid now button happens. Think.